Okie dokie, we are back with more Inscryption. I've been wanting to play this game all week, so I'm pretty excited to be back at it here. Make sure it loads. There we go. Try to keep an eye on the audio. It looks a little quiet at the moment, but I'll attempt to adjust it here shortly. We're in the middle of a round, if I recall correctly, so it might take me a second to remember exactly what I was doing. I think we have the busted Ouroboros card again, which kind of deflates the card game a little bit, but wait to talk about that until we finish the game. I still don't know where it's ultimately going with everything. Probably have a good chance with the sigil one. Yeah. Right, if I recall correctly. I have a lot of sigils. And I got it. That's a lot of sigils. Let's see. Worker ant that produces bees. Seems pretty neat. Yeah, it's a bummer. I think I have a setup right now where I have like a squirrels are producing bones, right? So I don't know if I want to mess around with my totem. I mean, I could try to get the OP totem that I had before. Yeah, I wish there was a confirm thing for adding things to your deck. I've made that mistake many times. I keep just wanting to inspect stuff rather than take it. I'll take another possum. That's right, because mushrooms usually, if you have duplicates, you can like merge them. And if you don't have duplicates, it gives you a chance to get a duplicate. This gets me to a sack position. I'd like to be able to sack, so. Although I have to gain a kin card, so. I guess if I can get a kin that gives me more bones, then that would be good. Let's see, so to get this out here, I got a mole and a turkey vulture coming out. The stink still only applies on the creature opposing the card, which isn't the same thing as the creature that the card is blocking with the Mantis ability, right? It would only be a creature that it's facing, I assume. Mantis would still die basically instantly, so. Let's see. This gets me here. Probably, do I want another squirrel? Yeah, this is probably fine. Let's see. Burr is going to take a while to destroy, and I currently don't have any, Let's see, the Mantis is going to do 1. Possum's going to do 1. Turkey Vulture's going to hit me for 3. So I'm going to be down by 1 total damage every round. Things are possibly going to get worse after this round. So I still have 2 lives. Oh, it's worse than I thought. Shit, I might be dead, aren't I? Not quite, almost though. I can't do anything with these bones. Let's see. Yeah, I think I might be hosed. I might lose a life here. I don't know that there's too much I can do about it. Because of the flying. So if I could kill the mole, that would make a pretty big difference, but I don't know that I can. Let's see, I don't know if the mantis and the stoat are going to kill it. I forget the order in which turns occur here. Yeah, it's bone squirrels. Okay, it does kill it first, but I might die anyway due to the sparrow. Yeah. That's okay. Just have to make it to the boss. To reroll, which I'm going to want to do here. All right. Not so all right. I guess it's a pretty good chance that you're going to pull a bone, but not guaranteed. All right, let's see. Why do I want to sack? Well, that blows. Do I have to sack? Because if I do, that's really bad. Because this just implies that it never actually dies, right? Which is bad for both cards. I guess Ouroboros doesn't need to get any stronger. Like we've implied that the sacrifice table doesn't confer the hidden text on rare cards. Well, that blows. I guess I don't have to put it on the Ouroboros, so that helps a little bit. Is there anything here that I would actively want to sack repeatedly? Probably something that I can get on the board easily. So we'll go with the possum. Well, see if I can get crazy computer stoat. I haven't really thought about, because I think I've only ever had that infinite sack ability on stuff that only has one hit point. So I guess it probably makes sense for it to be something tanky that I can keep on the board for longer, even though this is more annoying to summon. Well, when I was on my way here, I thought I was going to get another sigil from the kin card before this one and the other node before that one. And also I hadn't looked at my deck before I took this path. Sorry, Walter. Hey, Serp, how you doing? Still haven't figured out exactly how the mirror works. Child 13 gets pretty good since it's flying after you buff it once. So it becomes good. I guess if I'm going to play the Mantis, it should go right there. Fortunately, I don't have any bone cards in my starting hand. Still unclear on the mechanics of Ringworm. Those are going to be flying, so having something that defends doesn't really do me any favors. I guess I got Death Touch and I'm doing at least 1 damage. Why am I doing 1? I don't think it's based on the difference between damage amounts. I've seen it change from turn to turn. Still haven't figured out why it works that way. Mirror, power and toughness equal to bearing something something. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly not sure yet. Death Touch helping me out there though. Hold a good card. Don't think it's going to make a difference. I guess I could beat him in a single turn if I play it, if I sack this guy to play him, right? Right, isn't that just going to hit him for 10 and then I win? Sure, what's your guess? I probably would have guessed it by now if I wasn't a dummy. Balanced, yeah. Yeah, I really like the core concept of the Inscryption card game. I get the sense that the game is more about the Pony Island fourth wall stuff than it is about the card game. So the existence of Ouroboros kind of makes me sad because it undermines the card game, and I kind of just want to play the card game straight. And I can imagine there's some things you could do in the end game to like scale the final round so that you can't just bypass them with 5 damage every time. But I need to wait until the game is over to fully flesh out that thought. I don't want any of your other shit. I guess this gets me a rare card, but I kind of want to have as svelte the deck as possible, so as few things as possible. Oh, you think it mirrors the power of whatever it's facing? That would make sense. For some reason, I assumed it was based on, like, mirrors and mirroring me, not mirroring the enemy. They are not victims. So I can get double possum now? Yeah. That's probably consistent with the behavior I've seen and why I almost never see the value update. Alright. Early Ouroboros, and there's no boss. Late Ouroboros, and we might die. Skinning you today. Found the stunted wolf. Plan is in motion. Make haste. I've done this enough times now. Double health. These strange frogs, which are basically traps, if I recall correctly. Really like this track. Everything's bones and I have nothing to sack. Oh boy. Not a great first turn there. Oh, nice, Leon. Need to get a card. Now I have nothing to sack again, don't I? Well, I got the bones. Okay, that's good. How many bones do I have? It would be 5 if it's stacked automatically, right? Or I guess maybe it's 5 plus 1. I won't start doing that until you have 6. I think I'm still in big trouble here, so let's see. This is the one that defends, right? I guess I could still Stunted Wolf in later, but 2/2 blocks flying. It's bad for Stink Bug. I pulled a wolf pelt, god damn it. Not cool. I can get the Rattler in now, I think. Yeah. You don't want to cast it on a path with a trap, though. I think my possum is about to hit the trap, which is bad. Yeah. Boom. Ouch. Oh, does it work differently if it's attacked by the Mantis ability? Possibly. Okay, so I can cast the Rattler this turn, and I don't have anything to cast if I pull a Squirrel. Kill the Bullfrog. Let's see what happens here. Oh, it specifically says opposing. Okay, and opposing means in front of, not having dealt damage to, right? I don't remember what's still... I can't check my deck, right? What should still be in my draw pile. Taking 2 damage every turn from this Raven, but I'm also doing 3 damage with my Rattler, so... maybe I can risk pulling something here. That was a mistake. I should have done the squirrel. But we're just balanced now, which is nice. Oh, that's right. We get a phase change. Revert. Throws a bunch of bullshit. Hope you brought pelts. Right. This is where I already had the Ouroboros last time and kicked his ass as a result. I think the pronghorn's pretty dangerous. I guess it's only doing 1. Probably gonna lose today. So maybe the turkey vulture and the great white. The rest will stay and fight for me. Can't hold off very long with the moose buck. That's the reason I would take it. But flying does not imply flying defense, right? So I kind of want to just take all of his flying cards away from him. But I still have to cast these, right? I'm not just hate drafting them, I also have to be able to play them, which is problematic. Squirrels would help with that a little bit, but not a lot. Yeah, I'm dead. Very dead. We have 2 on the ground right now. I'd have to sack both of them to play one of these guys. This potentially gets me a ton of bones, though. It's 7. It's not enough for the turkey vulture. They only get 1 more bone. Yeah. I have no items, which is not great. So I'm only going to do 1. Computer's going to kill me this turn, and I don't think I can stop him. I could try to do more damage than he's doing. Because if I had done 5 that turn, I could have won. Ow, 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 ow. There's no magic card I can play and just win here, right? Because I don't have enough bones. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in my deck that I could pull that would just save the day. If I had more bones, maybe. I only get 4 bones from squirrels, so I wouldn't be able to play the turkey vulture, and that wouldn't be enough to save me anyway. Ouroboros could win, but I can't get it on the board, as far as I know, because I don't have enough to put on the board right now. Just see what I pull. Yeah, there it is, but it's too late now. If I had the bones, I might be okay. Yeah, you're lacking sacrifices. I kill my Rattler, but that doesn't do me any favors, and I don't get enough bones dropped from the Rattler. Yeah, I'm all out of items. So, that's too bad. That's pretty far along to just lose. Bad luck on some of my draws there, but also some bad decisions. Big death. It's a pretty huge time loss to make it that far, too. Lame. Your death card. Choose a card to draw the cost from. Wait, can I draw the cost from a card that has no cost? Does that just make it playable but also not sackable? What happens if I pick the Pelt here? Yeah. Does it make it free but not sackable, or just free? Free and sackable. Power and health. No, 3-2. Extract the sigils. This does not give special hidden sigils like the one in Ouroboros, right? Now, this has the mirror glowing as though it's technically a sigil. Is it not? Is it, if I pick this one, is it only going to pass Death Touch? So I probably want the Flying Ant Queen, even though that's not super exciting. Alright, so we did Eternus, we did Tizade, do Dark, do Bob. Bummer. It's your boy. What are you looking at? That Stunted Wolf? I guess I was going to say it's just the Stoat and the Stink Bug that get new art every time, but the Stunted Wolf looks a little bit different from last round. A couple of the other ones we found that talk don't get that, I don't think. Alright, and a long walk back to where we were last time. I do want to pick based on cost. Not doing bones. Well, that... amazing. Kaminsky. That was one of the ones that showed up that was already there when I started playing, right? Like, or the boss summoned it because I got there early enough that he didn't have enough of player cards to choose from. At least that's what I assumed was what that meant before. One cost Grizzly with Flying Defense. Free 3-2 that return your hand upon death, yeah. Marstead's pretty busted. I want to give +2 health to any of these. I guess Kaminsky, because it does have the Thorns ability. So it is doing some damage. And the Guardian's less stupid then. Press your luck or pull away. That's fun. Well, I just pulled this card, so now's the time to take risks. Run back. That's cool. I'm glad that that paid off and it wasn't just a flavor thing. Yeah, Marstead's pretty busted. Was it that lucky of a draw? Let's see. Blocks flying. Kaminsky, which I have no bones for at the moment. Let's see. Basically no reason to ever give in, it feels like. Did you just do that when he's out of cards, basically? Alas. Last one could have been free. 3/2 that returned if we had picked Oro instead of flying and Queen. I'm not... I mean, applying the Ouroboros's death ability without the rare ability of it gaining power and toughness. Well, game's telling me something here. Oh yeah, that'd be great to put on somebody else. Although it's got a 5 health, so make it my super tank, I guess. As much as I hate to lose. I guess the downside to Thorns is that it doesn't actually do damage to the enemy. Sparrows that I can't block. Kaminsky's going to automatically move where he needs to move. You tried, Stinkbug. So by reducing him to 0, he's not getting to do his... I didn't think about this. He's not getting to do his Thorns damage because the Sparrows aren't even attacking, right? Oh well. Now I know. Okay, well, I apologize for not picking that. Cheaper prices. You beat me last time, dog. Oh, you know, I wanted to take the rare card that time. I was going to take the... So when you click on the rabbit pelt, that ends the interaction, but you get that no matter what. Misunderstood that in previous attempts. I can do this again. This is pretty OP last time. Okay. That's not too bad. Prices are pretty cheap there. Ah well, shit happens. Sparrows again. Take a while for me to get past this boulder with the bullfrog. Carry on. Be better anyway. Possum is only a 1/1. Probably play it after that fur is down. Do not like my current deck. It is not... It's way too focused on tankiness as opposed to like actually getting shit done. Do I know this is a spoiler, but I just want to try to strategize appropriately, and it's hard to know. Do I need the glowing eyeball to get progress after my next victory, or does having the film on me enough to move things forward so long as I win? Because I guess I want to kind of save the dagger for an opportune moment, if possible. Okay, thank you. Reginald. 3 bones. Death Touch, 3 health seems pretty good for enemy control, and 3 bones isn't super expensive, except I don't really have a source of lots of bones anymore, since the squirrel doesn't actually die when I sack it, so... Should have taken Reginald. That's okay. Warren gives you nothing for sacking. Let's produce rabbits. I guess since I have the infinite squirrel, higher cost stuff is a little bit less bad. But I don't know if I'm ever interested in a 3-coster. Take the river snapper, but I'm not happy about it. Yeah, I appreciate that they showed you holding it there. It's its power. I'm good. Smoke. So this guy's deal is he kills all of my creatures and replaces them with gold ore once the first phase ends. So I don't want to overplay good cards. And I want to kill his pack mule, preferably before the phase transition. So, let's see. I did get free bones out of the smoke, which is nice. I don't really have anybody that's good at doing damage right now, though. Pack mule's stuck. Don't really need another squirrel at the moment. There's Kaminsky. But I'd have to sack something to play anything right now. I'm gonna have to wait on them to die, aren't I? Boulder's kind of kicking my ass here. Rabbit pelt, fantastic. Just what I needed. There goes the boulder. It's gonna kill the stunted wolf, so I probably should have played something else there. I should have played the smoke, but I'm trying to save stuff. Oh, you know, for some reason I thought Death Touch applied if they got hit as well. I forgot that the order of attacking mattered for that. Okay. Oh, that's nice. For me, anyway. gonna lose all these cards anyway soon. Well, so venomous it can poison boulders to death. Pack meal's down by 1. Need to have a squirrel on me, I think. No, this is extremely bad, isn't it? I can do the possum. Probably gonna have to immediately sack for the river snapper. Probably needed to wait to put the river snapper where the pack mule was. Yeah, I think I might be in an unwinnable game state now. Oops. Didn't think ahead. It's too bad. I don't think that the pack mule can even move where I need it to be. I'm trying to delay, but there's basically no other cards I can pull. About to lose a new run. About to start another new run here in a second. And I guess I could try to take one of his cards here with the fishing hook to try to save the day. Probably a little late for that. Am I far enough ahead that if I gouge my eye out, that's going to be a win? I thought it was only 3 damage. Oh, disregard. Is it 4? Got a light. Mantis God. Put that on somebody else.
Yeah, always been Mantis God.
Or Ouroboros. Just in case this matters for other things, because it did do stuff earlier. I wasted my hook there, but I guess I get to replenish it with something else. Four blood, 5 bones, kin. I'm not happy about any of that, to be honest. I guess blood could happen if I pulled River Snapper and 2 blood cards. I don't think bones is literally impossible, and kin just has to be 2 of the same kin, which is maybe... Oh, I didn't realize Stoat didn't have a kin, but maybe that's because he's computer Stoat man. Try this and pray. Nope. That means I didn't get a card though, doesn't it? Which I keep saying that I want, so maybe I shouldn't complain. Just confirm that I can, in fact. No, Kaminsky's no longer a choice. That's right, because I already put something on him. So, what would I put it on? Probably the Stoat. Does Mantis God have custom secret card text that's not printed? I should probably ask that. I assume that the card's basic benefit is good enough that I wouldn't need it. Yeah. Let's see. I might actually want to hold out and save that to put on a different card later. I don't know if putting it on a 2/2 is really that big of a deal. Although it does win me the combat if that card goes first, because then it hits for 6 if I have it in my opening hand and it only costs 1. Yeah, may as well do it now. Try to buff this guy to campfire or something. It still could be not great, depending on... Probably should have saved Kaminsky for a better graft. That's okay. I didn't know what cards I was getting at the time. Bullfrog v. Bullfrog. Alright. Boom. One of the TVs from Sonic, I could see that. Don't really have an extraordinary pelt for you. I don't really want any of your cards. I like that it's mirror 3, because 3 health seems higher than what a typical enemy would have, so I guess it gets me in trouble. It doesn't help me if it's blocking a blocker, but I'll take this guy again. Why not? I haven't confirmed that that suspicion is correct, but it makes the most sense. This was... all your creatures have flying. What's the name of that ability in... This would be a win the game button if I have the wolf out. In Magic, there's something that basically does that, right? Take more emergency squirrels. Bugs block flying, okay. But there was a name of the mechanic, though. Like, does it have a keyword for all your creatures have flying? It's kind of a you win button, isn't it? If I draw them in my opening hand. Right. Knowing that whatever I take is probably going to get sacked. Beaver constructs dams, which is really cool. 0 power, 2 health. I don't know that I actually want dams, though. Death Touch would be a nice thing to graft onto something else. Let's see. So the problem with Death Touch being on this is that this card is actually likely to only do 0. Let's put it on my tank. But he costs 2 to summon. Let's put him on my cheaper tank. Got another trapper I kind of don't want to mess with. Lizards have push. I didn't draw my you win the game card on the first turn that time. Oh, this is where I would have wanted to put it here for the Rattler, and then I could have killed the Mantis with this guy. Oh well. Misplay. No, but I at least should have put it in front of the Mantis, so it would have done 1. It's fine. So I was hoping for... I think I win because I do 4, right? And I was already ahead? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I don't know if I still get the discount. I guess the fire was probably better to go for because I could have tried to buff Stunted Wolf. Oh well. I was hoping to buy a cheap rare. I guess you kind of try to hold on to those until the Trapper fight. I don't remember how many pelts I had in the Trapper fight the first time I beat him, but I think I just had Ouroboros on the board, so I just won. So all of his creatures didn't really matter. Get rid of Bullfrog. You can put sigils on pelts. That's kind of funny. I don't really care about blocks flying, so I guess I'll put it on my somewhat tanky card that the smoke. Excuse you, Ben. Anglerman. I got my you win button on the first turn. Gotta keep my deck as small as possible. I forget what happens on the phase change here. I don't think he kills my cards. Plays a bunch of, like, bait buckets, which is a problem, yeah, based on where I put the wolf. He's gonna pop all of them. Yeah, that's bad. So I just die here, right? Because they get to go immediately. I guess he just kills my card. Alright. That was known as soon as I came into the map, right? I could have stopped that. If they break the pelt as a blocker, it doesn't destroy it from my deck, right? Ow, ow, ow. Kaminsky. Weird timing for Kaminsky. Don't think it's gonna matter. If I still had the hook, I could win here. Flying's not gonna do me any good. Let's see what card I pull, I guess. Stoat, which is not going to hit the sharks, right? Flying still is irrelevant. I could have sacked the wolf to keep him from popping all of the buckets. Yeah, it's game over. My bad. Cost. Free. Power and health. Oof. So what is this based on? Is this based on, It's not drawing from all my cards. Is it just the cards that I had left or something? Or the ones that died in the final battle? Could have blocked some damage with the bottled scroll. I don't think it would have won, right? It would have just delayed the inevitable. Still have that. I think having a week without finishing my run last week, I might have been able to win if I had continued just last week instead of having a time delay. Oh, I could have made the wolf flying to hit over the bait buckets, and then I would have just won if I had done that. Sure. Stink. Probably graph that onto something. It's not as good as Infinite, but maybe now I can do a build that's trying to get expensive cards because I haven't gotten a chance to try that yet. Yeah, I honestly, I forgot what phase 2 was for the angler. I forgot that he put those bait buckets in front of you. So that was my bad. Okay, so when it says it gives 3 blood, does that give me 3 floating blood for the rest of my turn, or do I have to spend all 3 blood on my next card that I play? I'm worried now that it's the second one. Yeah. Well, I'll try to get good cards for it soon. Yeah, I guess unfortunately, as soon as I saw the Ouroboros carried over its stats across levels, like I was kind of like, oh, I guess the card game doesn't actually matter, which kind of bummed me out. So it's like, well, I'm just gonna like try to rush it then. But it looks like you still need to pay attention, even if you have a busted card. I think before I saw that the Ouroboros kept its stats, I was really paying attention and not making perfect plays, but at least trying really hard not to misplay last week. Infinite sack can only be done from one space at a time. Oh, okay. I have no money this time. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really care about any of these. I guess I'll take this and get a bunch of big creatures later, but then I wouldn't want to change things anyway, so. Oh shit, I meant to do that. Okay, good. Forgot I had to confirm what I wanted. Sup. Thing still costs only 1. Yeah, I think Oro's pretty busted. If you have it in your hand and you have a small enough deck that you're able to pull it reliably, it feels like it's basically game over once you've drawn it. Else. We want expensive stuff now because we can actually play it, so let's try Moose Buck. If I were to put the cat on something else, what would I put it on? So I can keep whatever I put it on the board. and just keep sacking it forever for free. I guess it makes sense for it to be the moose buck, because then the moose buck can be a continual source of blood. Is it worth the amount of blood that's printed, that its play cost is? I guess I hadn't appreciated that before because I keep trying to do ultra cheap decks. It still only counts as one? Okay. Mm-hmm. He's gonna hit the boulder there. Stink bug in front of the boulder doesn't really do me any favors. Jesus. Alpha's gonna make me lose here. Yikes. I'm gonna need the squirrel. The moose is at the bottom there. So, let's see. Am I allowed to oversack? I think the answer is yes. If the first thing I attempt to sack isn't enough, right? Okay, yes. No extra teeth, oh well. I'm going for Lewis. So I want another one of these. I guess the advantage is I could, like, graft them together if I see that mushroom step. And that would be pretty sick. I don't really have much to graft here, at least nothing that I'm excited about. Get rid of the bullfrog. I'm gonna need the moose buck to block flying. I think I want him to get something more interesting. Mantis God or something. I'm trying to keep it as small as possible. This game makes it kind of tough. Really likes to give you cards. You want to talk about tips or stuff that I haven't encountered in the game yet? I'm trying to stay as blind as possible. If you type !hide before your message, chat will be able to see it and I will not be able to see it. There's a moose buck, which I'm going to lose on the first turn, but I do have another one, so... Let's see. I should have played it to kill the pack mule. Oh well, let's hope I draw into another one here before I win. Probably want to already have squirrels in my hand before the turn changeover. Now I get the stoat out for free, but there's basically no reason to. So I'm just going to lose it, which I don't want. Because that adder could kill my moose buck, which would be a bummer. Face change. I lose my first moose buck. Oh. I don't think it occurred to me. I guess I've always filled my board. I thought he just put gold nuggets on the whole board, but he just kills all of your cards. Here's my last moose buck. Alright, so then we do the squirrel again. And, oh, that one's not infinite sack, right? Right. He'll die, but I guess he'll block the damage. I probably could have put something less stupid there. Oh well. Stink bug will still die. Give me a bunch of cards. The mule was defenseless. Alright. Adder doesn't look super great. The moose buck tries to move left if the stoat, if there's nothing there, right? It'll try to move out of the way of the adder. Sorry, stoat. Or I'll just win, which is fine too. I kind of wish the arrow didn't have like a part coming down. I understand why it's there. Amoeba. Its sigils are ever changing, which suggests to me that I can't depend on it. This is your big RNG card. Mole Man was kind of cool, it was like a super tank, but so when I get the mushroom that lets you combine 2 copies of the same card, do they have to be 2 identical copies of the same card, or if they both have different sigils that have been grafted onto them, does it inherit all of the sigils? Only the name has to be the same. Alright, well, I might take the Mole Man then. See if I can get it on the other card. Problem is, boss mechanics can still cause me to lose. I don't think have I had 2 duplicate cards that both had sigils that I then combined at a mushroom? Most powerful moose in the universe, exactly. I'm not super pumped about any of this. I guess the benefit of stopping with the woodcutter lady, even though I don't want a woodcarver, even though I don't want any totems from her, is that it doesn't give me a card. So I don't want a card. Oh, I could put that on one of them. Deathless Super Moose, and I could just have the Mole Man as a separate defensive card, since it's pretty cheap to play. I get nothing, right? Because I already have a full pack. Boo. I have to take it, right? Yeah, I think so too. I don't think I've ever intentionally set up 2 copies of the same card in my deck like that before. Ringworm still has me a little concerned. That is not my infinite cast one. Hackrat is... oh shoot. entered the battlefield is what gives you the items, so I would have to use the items before playing the card if I wanted it to give me items immediately. Okay. Gotcha. Next turn I should get a bunch of couple extra teeth. Don't see any mushroom options. This would give me more pelts, which I don't want. I am going to get a chance to put something on the other moose buck though, so that's cool. Spiky's free. Well, it is another card in my deck, but I'm getting another card in my deck regardless. Rather have one that doesn't cost me anything. I think we're going to make the Deathless Moose Buck. Now, the problem is it goes back into my hand, but I have to spend 2 cards to resummon it, right? I have to... I have to have another squirrel, which I guess if I have a squirrel in a bottle, that's effectively a save the day card, even more so. But if it takes me 2 turns to recast it, that's maybe a problem. I guess the reliability of Deathless is really strong. Spiky already has 6 defense and doesn't really have any damage at the moment, so... I feel like a Deathless 6/14 Moose Buck is kind of overkill, but if my problem right now is when my win the game card gets cleared due to a boss mechanic that then I can't recover because I can't get it back, this lets me get it back even if it takes me 2 turns to play a squirrel and get it back. So I think I'm going to do Deathless Moose Buck and save the Mole Man as a defender. Hey Ribbonite, I'm trying to avoid tips here. You could discuss strategies and hide if you'd like. If you type !hide before your message. Thanks, and you're just trying to help. Mushroom, beautiful. If I have duplicates, I can always pick the duplicates that I have at the mushroom, right? Or does it randomly pick from among the duplicates that I have? Once I have infinite sack out, changes the calculus a little bit. I can always select no matter how many duplicates I have. Yeah, it's cool that it might actually end up working. I guess I don't regret losing earlier, because now that I have more information about the game, I can try to plan for a specific event, which is cool. It's Reginald's bones. I don't really have a lot that's... Do I have anything that uses bones right now? Stink bug. Appreciate that you start with them. So bones aren't a completely dead resource. I think the mushroom's only particularly good on these ridiculously expensive cards, so it might depend on having the totem combination that I have. $6.14. I guess the Deathless makes up for the... It was nice having 2 of them, right? For reasons. So at least now I get it back if something bad happens, and if I have a dead turn, I can just try to make sure I have a squirrel in my hand. Still am not guaranteed to pull it, which is kind of a problem. Save the knife. I like that. This might go badly. I need to pull squirrels really badly. Really, really badly. I've got more ants coming in. It's no good. Forcing him to skip a turn doesn't really do me. I just want to use this to... I guess the problem is I can take his ant, which is going to reduce the power of all of his ants, but then I have to deal with mantises, and I only have the one ant, which isn't very strong. Let's get the mantis that's weaker to pull down, because he can't actually do anything on the left side, right? I could play Stunted Wolf, since that would be strictly better than the ants. If I lose a regular fight before the boss, it's okay. Let's see. Can do Stink Bug. Neither of these are really saving my bacon here. Guess I can reduce the damage of all the ants. I can play this to eat some damage this turn. Although I needed it so I could draw into my other thing, so it was probably a mistake, actually. Ants back up to 2 damage. I'm okay with losing here, I guess I should say. Spiky. Kill that ant, reducing the damage of the other ant. Stink Bug will debuff that guy. Mole Man. I'll surrender. You know what? I'm just going to accept it. I think I would be okay, but... Okay, so... Don't get a card. Chance to destroy a card. Take chance to destroy a card. Although it looks like I haven't gotten any boons other than the one that gives you a guaranteed bone. I don't know how much, if any, control I have over that. Another Deathless that I could graft onto something. Is there anything I'd want to graft it on? Maybe one of my other guys here. Yeah, okay. Probably the Pack Rat, right? 6-spin offslay the Spire. Nice. Do you ever get a boon other than the bone one based on what you sacrifice? I do have the smoke. Watch out for the moose here. Turn skip might save my bacon once he does the bait buckets. If I can do a turn... If I can get the phase transition before I have my win card, that would be nice. Let's see. Smoke is free, right, and counts as a sack. Spiky's free, right. I want to discount that. He tries to take my most recent card in phase 1, right? I think I've almost always killed him before that became super relevant. Takes my Stink Bug. Is that a big deal? About to do 2 more damage to him. If I play Reginald, I'll do 3 more, which I think forces the phase change. And if he takes Reginald from me, it's not the end of the world. Oh, there it is. Infinite Sack, Deathless. Okay. So, Sacking any of these guys isn't super helpful. The Mole Man's never going to break this bucket open. Spiky will and Reginald will. He'll reduce the damage of... That's not really going to matter. I guess the part of the problem is that it's only squirrels. Oh, sure, I'd have to sacrifice 3 things since I don't have a space here. So let me pass a turn first. I'll kill some of my creatures, I guess. So, squirrel, moosebuck. Mole Man's not going to do enough. I guess that's just a win, isn't it? I forgot that I could attack through them after they dove under the water. They didn't block. That makes sense. Got a light. What we got? Okay. It'd be nice too, because the squirrel can summon that right away too. Finally reached the snow line. I know, right? Usually I would call that win more, but... I think the health one actually has a pretty good chance of pulling. The cost one, I would need to pull Ouroboros. Yeah, I've got too many bone non-cost cards, so let's pray. Pray again. Actually, I should be doing nothing. I keep forgetting. I actually don't want a card here when I do this. Does the upgrade only give them +1/+1? This would be a nice sigil to put on something else, I guess. And I can do expensive cards. +1/+2. Okay. Do I want to trash something for another free bone? I really like being able to trash stuff. Draw in this game is brutal. I like buffing a card is win more. So... I like Stink Bug. I think Stoat is probably the least useful card on the board, especially since it looks like... I kept trying to sacrifice... Yeah, I was sacrificing rare cards thinking that it would give me something better the better the card that I sacked was, but it looks like I should throw away garbage on that thing. If that's the only boon you can get. Oh, you can't move ghost sigils off? Okay, I didn't realize that. I wasn't sure if it started with them, if that would count. Oh, I win. Trial, right? I get nothing if I fail. I think I want to intentionally fail these. Kin, maybe? I think I have a pretty crazy mix of kin. I think non-kin doesn't count as a kin. Yeah. Oh no, I lost. I feel like putting Mole Man on Ouroboros isn't really doing anybody any favors here. I was gonna put Deathless on something else, right? On what though? Double Deathless Ouroboros, no. Sacrifice the Ouroboros for fun. Yeah, we'll see how it changes. I feel like Ouroboros would be already like something you kind of have to build around. It would be pretty strong without you building it at all during a single run. The fact that it's consistent across every game tells me that, I mean, I'm meant to care a little bit about the card game, right? Like, obviously, you can't just ignore the mechanics and win, but it was certainly conveying to me, oh, we're okay with the game breaking at some point. That's fine. That's, like, something we accounted for. I think I actually want to wait, so the fawn can hit me. Oh no, I won, you mean? Nothing super great here, actually. Defense. It's a snapper, but I probably should have done the snapper last turn. Oh well. Oh, absolutely. I'm sure you could beat the game without using Ouroboros, and I'm sure doing so is quite fun and rewarding. I could do this all day, can't I? It would be lame, but because he can't fight back. Yeah, I might just want to eat this round. I did get Reginald now. Okay. Kill some of the ravens. Thanks, Death Touch. It's fine. Just don't fuck it up again. What else is on here? This is trade a pelt for a creature, right? And I have no pelts. You get something from the trader if you have no pelts, right? It gives you like a creature card. Go this way. This is card. No card. Fight, which I think gives a card and then a card. Items. Actually, maybe you don't get anything if you don't have a pelt. Maybe she just says too bad. Hope so. Frozen opossum. I don't think I want any of these. So I could burn this really quick. Stunted Wolf, River Snapper. Moose Buck on turn 1. And a Mole Man. And Thorns. Fun. I didn't draw my win the game card. Play the Stink Bug right away. Which I can sack later if I have to. Or sack immediately. I think I can actually just force a win here, right? With the dagger. I have to draw first. Ouch. Just in case it matters. I can't do it again, right? That would be funny. I kind of want to have another one, though, since I can Well, I guess here we'll take the Grizzly, because it's just as easy to cast. Alright, so I could put Death Touch on something or Stinky on something. I think there's not too much I can put on Ouroboros that is more exciting. I guess moving Death Touch onto Spiky would be nice, because he's already free. Okay, I have no pelts. I got the Mole Man, but not the really good card. How long can I stall for? That's a good question. Frogs that I'll do one. There's a mechanics node Hyde has agreed to bring up here. Get a close look at the text of the sigil on the traps. What do they produce? Pelts? Pelt is created in your hand. Okay, thank you. Didn't know that. Tempo situation's not very good, unfortunately. 2-7. Make him pass his turn here. Looks like I want to get trapped on purpose. You'll defend each and every one of them, right? That he can get to, at least. Yeah. So that gives me time to try to build up my hand here, and then once he dies, I can pull him back. I just gotta get a bunch of squirrels in my hand. So I think I can dick around indefinitely. Now he does summon a bullfrog eventually. Okay. So no, not infinite dicking around. Some amount of dicking around, though. Here's a pelt. Now, the creature has to actually be able to attack to get hit by the... It's not just opposing, or is it opposing? So it doesn't matter whether it attacks or not. So if I put a squirrel in front of it, it's going to get eaten, right? Which is maybe a mistake, we'll see. The trap has to die for it to happen? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. How close am I to dying? Hit the Mole Man for 2, 3. Batter's gonna be a problem. There's Ouroboros, which is a win with my 2 pelts if I remove the 2 things blocking it, so... Oh, but I can also just cast it, can I? Because of the squirrel thing. Okay, so I think if I remove the 2 cards in the path of the Ouroboros, I just win next hand, right? He gives me a pelt all the time. Get rid of his shit that has flying. I guess he has two things with flying, but this is the nastier one. Okay, sorry that took me an hour and a half to do what I should have done an hour and a half ago. I got existential gamer angst when I saw how OP the cards get, and have just been trying to rush to the end, which ended up taking more time, unfortunately. You could put that on Ouroboros, but that's super duper overkill. Maybe I can have the third win card. Okay, sack, absolutely. Probably on the Grizzly, which is overkill, but it has to be on the Grizzly. Because I could do 30 damage with Ouroboros, but who cares? I mean, I guess it matters for the moon, because it would just one-shot the moon instead of needing a couple turns, but if I have three cards that just win the game, that's quite nice. Yeah, I got crazy lucky last time on the ridiculous overpowered, you draw two cards, you could pick from your cards stuff last time. I probably won't be so lucky this time. You have a ring, you pass automatically. Include a card with Sprinter. Must include a rare card, so a rare card is somewhat reasonable. Oh, right, I can't review my cards here. Oh, hey, there's a little thing with a clock here that says 11. Can I go to the clock? Yeah, I'll try to remember that. That just says hour, hand, minute, hand, 11. I don't think that the push thing counts as this, so try this one and pray. Hey. Success. Don't care. Draw twice. Draw twice. I really got to pull into my busted cards here. Airborne, waterborne, pelt. You know, this is the only one that I have a chance of landing. I don't think do I even have one? Yeah, no dice. I don't think I could have won that.
Please log in through the Google Home app.
Shut up, Google. Just so I don't have to spend another 90 minutes if I screw up, do I have like a limited window to click it, or is there any kind of dexterity test?
Again?
Okay, thank you. Not get my win card on the first turn. A Mole Man and a Mantis God. Not gonna be able to immediately kill the Mantis God. Should have put that in the path of the Mantis guy, but I guess the Mole Man's gonna move out of the way. So the fact that I can draw 2 means I can take a squirrel and something else, so that's nice. It's not the one I wanted, but it's still a card. I guess I can sack him, Stunted Wolf, and then Squirrel, and move him somewhere else. There's gonna be bone tokens that I don't particularly need. Oh, he has that ability? No, I think I just nuked him last time and didn't see him do anything like this, so. Is it for each of his lives he regains those abilities from before? That's probably it, right? Infinite sack, but I can't place anything. It'd be very bad if he takes that card. He always tries to take the freshest fish, right? Fresh, okay. I guess he gets the sack benefit, but I don't think that does anything for him. Spiky's free. I remember Spiky's free. And having him steal the squirrel is nice because it blocks another creature. Well, it would have blocked another creature from coming in. Alright, so we have bait buckets now. Stumps. Lewis and Reginald. Okay. I think we might be okay. Moon time. All right, I have to take 2. Oh, I didn't realize Death Touch worked on the moon. That's funny. Yeah, I really do like this game soundtrack. Okay, we're where I thought we were going to be almost 2 hours ago. Sorry.
What an easy win!
One of those things with roguelikes, like you risk losing a lot of time to an endgame loss. Woo! Woo indeed. Who gave you that? You ingrate? Give it back. Oh shit. This is pretty cool. Hey! Cool fourth wall stuff. I think I'm supposed to be able to move around, but I can't see anything. There's a candle that I can't quite reach. It's a portal cake, but gross. I thought this was a clickable door before. Is this like I have to back out to be able to do something type situation? It did look like the title screen icon. Okay, so I'm stuck in here until I back out. New game. That's my shit. Okay, I like that. Well, then it starts with continue, and you don't unlock that until partway through. Again, data wipe. Purging collection data. Renewal. Okay. So now it's pixel art. Scribes. One of which is Stoat. One of which looks kind of like the fucked up stink bug. Each other own a method of inscription to create cards. Grimora used her quill to inscribe the epitaphs of the dead. Leshy uses a wildlife camera to capture beasts. P03 used a particle scanner to copy the CPUs of robots. Magnificus used his brush, which kind of looks like the stunted wolf. The cards created, the scribes had solidified their power. Challenger arrived to replace one of the scribes. Oh, cool. Choose a starting deck to mark your ambition. So this is the actual game. That's kind of awesome if that's what they're going for. So I think it's... This one's the Stoat, right? It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe it'll give me a preview when I look at it. Could actually be on a floppy now. Scribe of technology, scribe of beasts, scribe of the dead, scribe of magic. Let's try technology. Stinkbug works on the moon. So I can't go back to that? Like, I can't... What's the deal with the 11 o'clock? What does that do? The thing that was marked on the board?
What is this?
I like that the pixel stuff is the second thing, and like the stylized 3D graphics are what you start with. That's quite fun. Can I use a controller in this part? Because that would be funny, because it did have a controller on the options screen. It just didn't support one earlier. No, it doesn't look like it. Gives you a ring, which gives you an automatic win option on the first. Oh, the one that says you have a ring. This skeleton hand got me. I looked at it. Ringworm has a different effect. Does it count as a ring in the context of me getting the ring? 2 equals 3. Oh, I just saw Dark Doom Bob said that. Yeah, what does it do? I thought it would infect the creature that killed it. Beastly card pack. Interesting. Oh, is this game... I heard about a Magic the Gathering old school adventure game that was kind of like this, where you like walked around and you got card packs and you like did quests by playing little mini games of Magic against people. I never actually played it. I think it's super old. Sarcophagus. Oh, interesting. So Leshy, it's a foil card. Leshy was all animal cards, but now we're exploring technology, magic. Interesting. There was also one for the Pokemon TCG. If you go to the campfire and upgrade the ringworm until the survivors eat it, they'll be dead at the next campfire, and you can upgrade a card a silly amount of times, free of risk. That's pretty cool. Nice. Hey, it's Leshy. Stop shaking. What a cool way and order in which to tell this story, right? This is not my legendary camera. This is a mere replica. This game, at least my interpretation of it, you know, a few minutes into this part is... what if one of the planeswalkers in Magic, like, captured you in their world? And you, like, played Magic but only had access to black cards or something, right? You wish to trade? Have any pelts? I also accept foils. Okay, so I have Ouroboros to start, and it still has a 10/10. Jesus Christ. That's silly. So this is... wait, this is the cost if I wanted to get it, right? But I have no cards. I see. This guy exclusively makes video games about haunted video games. Yeah. Oh, they're dead permanently, like on all future runs? Interesting. We're here, marvelous. I'm Grimora, scribe of the dead. Prove your wits. Discern which tomb marks the final resting place of my lovely ghouls. Got a card pack. I like that now there are card packs. That's kind of fun. This also seems like a cool game. I assume if I pick continue on the main screen, is that going to pick up from here, or is it just going to start back in Leshy's cabin? Does not hold a grudge. To trade. Bone heap, gravedigger, skeleton. Okay. So we'll leave the AC on. Your lack of a valid deck. You've got 20 cards in it, right? Tab. Oh, fun. So I like that there's like some crossover, it looks like, between... So like bones are a mechanic even in the beast cards. I see. So this is blood versus bones versus... how does this thing work? Automaton, Thick Droid, Leapbot, Steambot. I guess I can do autocomplete until I understand how the new card game works, then I can adjust my deck. I like the idea of it starting as a roguelike and then becoming this. Maybe it still has roguelike elements, but... Okay, so same kind of format. It's still 4 versus 4. I can still see their intents. Learn to use energy. Is it just it accrues? Okay, so each of the decks has a different, is borrowing a mana system from a different game, I guess. So the Leshy one, that's how people say that's how Yu-Gi-Oh works. That playable cards are also destroyed to act as energy for other cards. Yeah, so I'm playing Hearthstone now. Gotcha. I definitely like this UI significantly better. I thought the other one was like super stylish. So this is an interesting choice because I feel like the obvious thing to do if you're doing this like meta-narrative game would be to make this how the game starts and then blow your mind by it going 3D and you like diving into one character, but I like doing it in the other order. Spend your energy to play the card. You get it back next turn. Yu-Gi-Oh's version is a little bit more convoluted. You still have a bell ring. It's cute. Banshee will strike an opponent directly, even if there's a creature opposing it, because it's flying, right? Can't be sacrificed. When Dredger perishes, the creature inside is released in its place. Oh, that's fun. And it is Hearthstone mana. Now I have 2. I don't know what the difference is between 2 mana and mana times 3, but I guess we can play around and try to figure it out. Skeleton collapses into a pile of bones. It must matter. There must be some card where the distinction is relevant. Why? Okay. Why is that a 1/1 that costs 3, though? This could be reservation, right? I got 4. Tomb Robber. Pay 1 bone to create a skeleton in your hand. And I do have a bone. But that's an activated ability once he's on the board. Okay. Sarcophagus. Grow into a more powerful form after 1 turn on the board. Pay a card with an activated ability. Calm down, it's fine. Press the sigil like it's a button. That's cool. So I pay the cost, and I get a skeleton. And I can only attack once. Okay, cool. I'm liking this new card game. I like that they tutorialize the roguelike pretty heavily. They don't have to tutorialize this one as much. It's a lot of new cards and stuff to throw at you, but... So I can just play this guy, okay. Yeah, so the limited space on the board becomes pretty interesting here. And this still requires sacking. Sure. I don't really have enough bones here. Can I activate abilities as many times as I have the resources to do so? I think the answer is yes, right? I guess that's kind of a nice interaction with the sack mechanic. And this gets me a permanent 2/4. Which I think just wins, but... Now there's a number. So much better. Deathly card pack. Cool. Headless Horseman. And it's foil. wonder which of these games they designed first before settling on what they wanted the final product to be. Kaycee Hobbs, from the tombstone on the left. Kaycee Hobbs, 1970, winter 1992. There's a demo that was just a 3D cabin part. I assume that was a first. Living slice of lemon approaches. Sacrifices must be made, and the sacrifice mechanic was the main idea originally. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. Again, I have to withhold my full thoughts on it until we beat the game, because it could do this again for all I know, given how long to beat. But I think there's an interesting discussion to be had about, like, making a meta game, or a game that's a commentary on games, and then asking the question, like, do you want the game that you're playing in order to deliver the commentary to itself be a fully fledged game that the player wants to engage with, you know, unironically, unsatirically? I just want to play the Leshy game by itself as a roguelike, right? Without any crazy broken mechanics to try to get me to the next crazy metagame stage. I think it probably works better that it is a real game, and it's not just like completely busted immediately. That it's not just like trying to appear like a roguelike. You might actually believe that it's a roguelike if you hadn't played Pony Island before. But I'll talk about it more as we go. I got more thoughts on it. I kind of got to see where they actually go with it eventually. Ghost ship moved into a new space. Move in a direction and drop a skeleton in its old space. That's pretty cool and flavorful. I like it. Alright, so I can't play anybody else right now, alright? Could pop this guy out, but I don't have any bones to use with him yet. You solve the portrait enough times, it replaces your squirrels with 1/1 flying bees that still provide mana. Yeah, see, that's exactly, Walter. And if anyone was frustrated by me kind of rushing through the game, it's because I felt the game was telling me, by having all of these permanent mechanics, like, you are supposed to win. We did not make a difficult, you know, roguelike card game that's meant to challenge somebody for dozens of hours like Slay the Spire. We want to get you to whatever our next cool meta thing is. So it still mattered more than I was expecting. It didn't completely break it. I thought it was going to keep dumping like permanent boons on me that were going to make the game super trivial, and it wasn't as trivial as I was expecting, obviously, because it took me an hour and a half to get through it while rushing. But kitties, Marty, you are not a graceful kitty. You should not be on the counter. Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta clean that up in a second. Let me pause the clock. Sorry, folks. All right, fix that. We're back. Kitties. Really like the ghost ship. There's a lot of really cool design space in this. You don't have enough energy to play that. Max energy increases and your energy is restored. Oh, is it just times number because they didn't want to not have card art by having 5 little tokens across the thing? Okay. I thought maybe that was a different mechanic. Alright, my bad. Probably should have sacked and put in the elk there. I'm probably gonna die. So Hearthstone mechanics are kind of like a blue deck because it seems more focused on surviving, You win on later turns instead of on early turns, less aggro. Death is maybe more of an aggro deck. But I guess the downside is that the 1-cost cards generally don't do any damage, which is why the 3-cost one is only a 1/1, because once you have full mana, you're pretty safe if you can survive long enough. Deathly card pack. Gamblobot. Pay 1 energy to set the power of Gamblobot randomly between 1 and 6. Oh boy. Oh, that's an activated ability, so I can keep spending it. That's kind of nice, so I have a sink. It's on the board, and I don't have anything else to summon. Royal Dominguez. Can I do autocomplete again? Trash just means undo my current deck. It doesn't actually get rid of those cards, right? At some point I'm going to sit down and like actually try to put a deck together, but right now I don't. I would like to just play the game. I don't want to think about it too much. So I appreciate the autocomplete option. I gotta get a third one regardless, right? It sounds like. Don't look upon me. Okay. Bonehound. Okay. So that's very similar, if not the same, as the dog from earlier. Is it identical to the dog? Maybe it was just like repurposed as a more traditional animal for the Leshy version of the game. Right. He's gonna kill me every turn. But at least it's generating bones. Not a complete waste. Cost bones instead of blood. Okay, so there are 2 separate cards. That's what I was asking. How is it not degenerate with the dog card? Thank you. Collapses into a pile of bones. There's a ghost ship. And I'm dead. Does this mean you will try again? Please let this be swift. It's a better starting hand. It's interesting, when you play this, it starts as a 0 attack. Sure, makes sense. But I'm gonna die anyway. Right, I see. Cool. This might be when I go in and mess with my deck then. I think I got really lucky in those first 2 games that I just drew really useful cards at the beginning that were mostly playable. Oh, he leaps to block. Okay, I have to think about the order in which that stuff happens. I'll lose him before I get to gamble with him. Okay. Sack now and do the ghost ship. I really like that sack picture. It's cool. The little graphic for it. Does this have to move to a new space? I guess that don't make sense in order to leave a skeleton behind. I'm gonna do my 1/3, which she'll move to defend, but won't kill this turn. But then I trap my ghost ship in there. Okay, I guess the computer just isn't stupid about it, which makes sense. Okay. He's gonna come to defend me, but I should do enough damage that we won't lose this round, even though... Well, no, because I'll kill the Bonehound this turn, finally. Okay. Don't need to play that. I should just be fine now. It looks like he's out of cards. I could, well, thought I had more bones, but... Okay, I think I've made it past enough tutorial fights that I need to start paying attention. Another creature you own dies, is returned to life and dies again immediately. Pharaoh's Pets is counted as 3 blood rather than 1 blood when sacrificed. Also, when Pharaoh's Pets is sacrificed, it does not perish. That's cool. I like the flavor that they come up with for the interaction between the different, like, colors of Inscryption, the different tribes. So, like, Bone Blood, Mage Knight. Mage Knight's owner controls no Mox cards. Mage Knight perishes. Interesting. When Explodebot dies, the creature opposing it, as well as adjacent friendly creatures, are dealt 10 damage. Sure. I am called Sawyer. The middle stone marks my grave. Okay, so I think I can get in there now. Let me, try to do this from scratch here. So I think starting with some 1-cost buddies is a good idea. Oh, I get 5. So what does the autocomplete give me? Is it giving me 5 leap bots? Yeah, that makes sense. You want to make sure you draw into them so you're on curve. Explodebot's not going to get me, not going to win, but it will kill the opposition so I can eventually win. Steambot's at 2/2, so this wins at the end of the game, I guess. Because this is nice, though, because I don't want to just have energy cards, because then I can kind of benefit from other resources here, right? Decks are always 20 cards. After attacking, Revenant perishes. 3 attack, okay. Discard your hand and draw a new hand of 4 cards. 13 bones. I like having this guy because it's at least a way I can always spend bones on something, but... I can always sack things. I always get bones from losing creatures, and I'm definitely going to lose the leap bots a lot. I don't know how these guys work yet. I don't know that I'm even able to generate these yet. Looks like it's a different kind of... Oh, I suspect that this is more like Magic, where there's like different colors or different shapes, I guess they're interpreting it. So Hearthstone, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess, kind of. And then is there a game that generates resources from creatures dying constantly, or is that a unique idea to this one? I feel like I'm already constantly embarrassed playing this game because I'm making bad decisions turn to turn, and it's just going to be much worse if I make a bad deck building decision. At least with a roguelike, I have the plausible deniability of it being a small sequence of sequential bad decisions. Here, I'm just going to depend on the autocomplete, I think. If I were playing this off stream, I would have more fun with this, but the thought of people screaming in hide is too much for me right now. Sorry, I have anxiety. Brought down by scurvy. I might edit it as we go if I see a cool card that comes in and a card that hasn't been useful. Does not hold a grudge. Brought down by scurvy. Wait, I think I'm confused. Can I review what she wants me to do here? Eaten by a hungry dog. Oh, I see. So I have to find the pieces to be able to build the full puzzle. Okay, understood. I still can't do this, right? Because this is either pelts or foil cards, which I thought I'd gotten foil cards, but maybe not. Okay, that's the amount of time I would spend on it, and I would get like my mana curve wrong or whatever, and probably I wouldn't want to play any kind of Magic game on stream because I would be really bad at it. I have no offering. No, I don't. Oh, I can't go past them. Okay, I didn't realize that before. You found a card pack. Yield Mice, Mummy Lord, another Tomb Robber, another Ghost Ship. Yeah, but I thought they were still blocking it before. Hit by a falling piece of ice. The defibrillator failed. Brr. Okay. Now that oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I saw them turn transparent. I didn't realize that meant that they lost, that I could move through them. Do not sniff or snarl. Is he scurvy? Life didn't give me lemons. Yeah, he's scurvy. Okay, I understand now. So I still have to get a third epitaph piece somewhere. There it is, probably. There was no cure. Ah, okay. Whoa, what? Nani? It's kind of cool. It's just completely random. I'll be a robot, why not? I feel like there was no cure would be for scurvy, right? I thought one of them specifically said does not hold a grudge, but it might have been that I just found it on the floor. No. I wasn't sure if this is like a joke that you have to figure out or if they have another piece of dialogue that hints at the third thing. Because the other two, you'd think that would be like a heart joke or something, or like a dog joke. I have all the tools I need to solve this right now, right? There's not somebody else I have to talk to or anything. Do not bark. Oops. But the puzzles in that Pokemon TCG game and the what's the name of the Magic game I'm talking about? The older one that was like an adventure game where you walked around and did battles with Magic cards. Is there a draft in here? Doesn't hold a grudge against the dog, I guess? Okay. Proven your wits adequately. You will not defeat me. I'm gonna try. Probably gonna lose. Yeah, a friend of mine told me about it and was hoping that somebody would make an indie game that was like that. So I guess that's... See, that's what I was saying. I would tell them, hey, you should go play... If you liked Magic the Gathering Chandelar, you should play Inscryption, but like... Oh, I like them dancing to the music, that's fun. But can I really make that recommendation? Because they won't even see this for several hours, right? So this is Bones. Tries to move to defend me if it's got an unblocked space, right? Okay. Now, do I always go first? Like, my cards left to right, and then their cards left to right? Rip Banshee, turn 2 to 3, death by 49er. That's fun. Ether Lords 2 is like that? Okay, that's cool. So the Revenant can kill this thing now, although I probably need to kill the Mummy Lord instead. Oof. Sack things soon if I can draw some better cards here. Death is never final. Bones, and now I'm screwed. Now I just lose, so... I like the idea of you getting this deck put together from all the different tribes or whatever, and then seeing the enemy's deck and then trying to rebuild it specifically with what they've got. So what would I dump? I might dump some of the sack cards here. Elk Fawn I don't hate for what I currently have access to. Let's try that guy. Frank and Stein. Ha. Cute. These guys are just way too expensive for me to really reliably draw into, I feel like. I haven't had the opportunity to use the Gamble bot. That might be too much investment for not enough payoff most of the time. I'll try the Explodo bot. Unguard. Okay. Play this guy for free. So he moves, hold on. When opposing creature is placed opposite to an empty space, Bonehound moves to that empty space. So if I play this card, he's going to try to move to it, right? Even though it's not going to attack, and then he'll kill it, so I won't get to use the activated ability. Okay. Gee. Need 3 bones to cast that guy. Bonehound leaps, and he'll keep doing that every single time. Are there other zones I can go to right now? Like, I guess I can play him and immediately use his activated ability. And then start sacking and stuff, so... I really like that interaction. Nothing's gonna die this turn. I guess I should have moved this guy here. So I'm not gonna be able to do enough to destroy the sarcophagus. Moves out of the way. One hound does hit me for 2, which sucks. This is flying, so he doesn't die in the process. Let's see. There's 3. I don't have enough bones yet. Oh, right. I could spend bones to make more of these guys, but it just delays the inevitable. This is where I guess having the sack cards would be better if I'm having these skeletons that I can generate. Am I able to leave this area and go somewhere else to try to get better cards? Because I feel like the enemy deck is really strong and it's not even down to just drawing the right stuff. Oh, there's one thing you can do that I couldn't before. The hammer on the left is a button. You can break your cards at will for bones or space. So it's just like a free... I thought that was an options button. Okay. I'll try that then. Be my subordinate, start with the Prospector. Oh, I didn't realize I could walk through this area. Let's talk to this guy. Ah, okay. Food from the cabin. I see. Still no pelts, that's correct. Oh, that's fun. So we still have this puzzle. Great. So flying. Mantis God. It's 4, right? What all can go out here? This is just out like that. It does nothing? Okay, I need to understand why does the Mantis God not do 2? Because didn't it strike forward and then right? I guess that gets the poison thing down. Which doesn't really change anything. That should be it right there, right? Yeah, okay. Fun. Beastly card pack. So the different themed card packs just trend towards featuring that tribe. Rare. Bloodhound, Buff Conduit. Other creatures within a circuit completed by Buff Conduit gain 1 power. Interesting. Is that just a fancy way to say adjacent creatures? If a creature would attack Force Mage, it does not. That's great. The top 3 are from that tribe, and the bottom 2 are the others. Okay. Rock Call. Oh, when it's played, it gives an energy cell to its owner. That's fun. That's very fun. Yeah, they have a lot of cool ways to combine these tribes with each other. Seen the Warren before. More on the opposite side here. No. Oh god, I don't remember. Is it the same as it was before? Or was it like 273? I can go look at the VOD. Hey, I remembered. Stinking piece of meat from the save. Is it still displayed here somewhere if I forgot? Hopefully. Dag nabbit. Oh, that's supposed to be a 7 with a line across the center. Okay. Yeah, I thought that said 2 equals 3. Wait, what did he say? Get her some food. Oh, maybe that means they want me to use it on this? Dog picture. Here's your proof. First we got a battle. Okay, let's see. Squirrel. Squirrel literally doing nothing here, okay. So if I use the hammer to destroy a card, it gives me resources as though I, like if it'll drop a bone, for example, but I still have to activate this to then sack, right? It won't give me like a floating blood that I can then spend. Bones but not blood, okay. Thanks. On transcends to a higher form. Take 2 if I'm not careful here. But I'll kill the Bloodhound, which is nice. But it doesn't matter because I'm going to do enough damage to just win. Floating blood is not a thing. Let's see. Bull Mantis God. We're not going to be doing any grafting here. It's interesting to think, like, what are the mechanics that they, like, grafted onto this in order to make it work as a roguelike, right? Buff conduits. Okay, so if I had 2 buff conduits, they would buff each other. So they both have that circuit icon, I guess. Let me try those guys. I guess I need to have 2, though. If I just draw 1, that kind of sucks. Really like the art in this part. Place the photo of bait on the line. That's funny. This is cute. Always pick Mantis God. When I am getting card packs and opening them, is it actually authored what cards it's giving me? Or if I like were to restart, would I get different ones potentially? 2 of these guys are not great. It's actually random. So you could just use them to eat damage if nothing else. Oops, new space. Get a couple of these before this guy dies. One. First take. Give me Ouroboros again. Not Moleman. Ouroboros. Moleman's cool, though. Can't be sacrificed. So is there just a random creature inside? Or is it always the same? Bonehound is an expensive 7 bones to put on the board. Okay. That's fun. Trapper. Oh, I think I see. Mean. That way it's so slow. 2 packs were inside. Wolf cub. Cat. No! Gravedigger. At the end of the owner's turn, Gravedigger will generate 1 bone. That's cool. It takes a while for him to pay for himself, but... Go left. Not good enough, apparently. Get a pelt at least, right? Take that photo to the trader. I am pleased. Still does that. Fantastic. Okay, I'm probably not going to get both of these in my hand, fortunately. It's this guy, Burrowing Trap. When an empty space would be struck, Burrowing Trap will move to that space to receive the strike instead. Burrowing Trap perishes, the creature opposing it perishes as well. Okay, so this is the exact same. I guess the difference is that it's burrowing, so it automatically tries to kill something that would otherwise be blocking it. Oh, interesting. When it perishes, right. Almost the same. I have 1 bone at the moment. Let's see. There's a skeleton, which I can then place. Though that's not much different, because I guess the skeleton would have killed it now, whatever. It's okay. So now this is where I might want to hammer a card, since I don't have any other way to get rid of them directly, right? Let's see. I don't know that I actually want the pelts, if they're going to matter to me eventually winning or not. Oh, I still need more bones. I only have 2. Okay. So we're saying this does not add anything to the cards on either side of it. Okay. Now we'll see if I'm right about this. Oh, on the side you place it. That's kind of cool. I like that mechanic. I should have done it on the other side, but... Wait, let me carry this. Other creatures within a circuit completed by buff conduit gain 1 power. Unless if the battery is a different mechanic from completed circuits, what they're talking about there, I'm not sure. So put me ahead a little bit, but I still think I'm in trouble on the whole. I'll see what I draw after this. He's not going to run out of cards anytime soon. I have nothing to sacrifice. Okay, yeah, I think I'm deadzo. Let's see. I want to try what happens if I autocomplete with all my new cards. Mantis God, Tomb Robber, Necromancer. Can anyone speak to autocomplete? Is it fairly reliable? Yeah, I'm not having squirrels anymore, and not starting with a squirrel. This guy costs a bone to play, which I can do right away, actually. Thanks, Mantis God. Field Mice. Field Mice is played. A copy of it is created in your hand. Oh, that's interesting. I think it means I can kill the frog this turn. You can block all sides. That's mean. I guess it's fair, though. Bye, Mantis God. You tried. Now I need to have this. Okay, so what I should have done is I should have made 2 skeletons, sacked them, played the Field Mice, and then played the 49er. Okay. I guess I could have sacked this guy, because I only am able to use him so long as he's on the board. He's not super helpful right now. Was the elk a young elk before, or was that's a completely separate card that just starts as a young elk, so it's cheaper to play initially? I have 5 bones, so I should be able to do both of them. Ah, but not really, because I can't then sack this one also. I guess I can fill my hand with skeletons and then kill him. Big one. Fun. Field Mice reproduces. That makes sense. Yeah, I really like that the guy that lets you spend bones to generate skeletons in your hand. That seems quite good. This guy, when another creature you own dies, it's returned to life and dies again immediately. Oh, so like double death rattle, basically. Fun. Okay. Well, let's see. Probably get rid of this guy now since I'm not using bones for anything. And I could do that again. Trap, snap, shut. Excess damage gives me foils. Okay. Have I just not gotten excess damage in any battle so far? Another Mantis God. Force Mage, Steambot. I need 8. God, okay. I still have to draw into it too, which is harder with 20 cards. So if I autocomplete again, is it going to give me 2 Mantis Gods? It is, yes. Is there a rarity limit on the deck? Or I have a feeling, I mean, the fact that Ouroboros kept the damage from before makes me think that the game is still breakable at this point. I'm just not as good at, like, deck builders that give me this amount of control over such a large deck. I'm not particularly good at Slay the Spire either, but I think drafting is easier for me to blame on bad luck, so I'm a little bit more confident in making a decision, whereas here it's if I'm bad, I'm just completely bad. Yeah, I see now the benefit of the higher damage stuff. I tend to favor super cheap stuff in a roguelike just because I hate having dead cards in my hand, and there's often at least several archetypes that are focused around casting really cheap cards that are quite successful, but that's not the way that Hearthstone works. Or any other deck builder game where you have full control, where you need to like build on your mana curve. So I probably need to break the lessons that I was teaching myself that I could get away with in the base game. Game audio seems quiet. It might just be quieter in this section than it was earlier. I'll turn it up though. The cabin part was really loud. Let me know if it gets too loud later. But I've been served exceedingly well by only ever playing dirt cheap cards in roguelikes. Like, it worked really well in Slay the Spire, it worked really well in Griftlands, like any game like that I've played. Yeah, here I think I need to take more expensive cards for sure. Right, so I could sack him, that would give me a bone, and I would have this guy out to defend myself. Start generating bones, put it somewhere where he's not going to die. It's the same Leshy theme, that's fun. Photo of that one's cost. Oh, cute. I like how the bosses all have custom mechanics like that. That's cool. Digger digs up a bone, ascends to a higher form. 2-4, I'm super dead. Mantis God. A little late for it, but die wherever I place it right now. Mole should move into place here. Capture its stats. Ah, interesting. And the sigils. Death of your creatures will form a beautiful mosaic. And now I just, because I'm just drawing sack cards and I don't have any squirrels, I'm kind of hosed, I think. See what I draw here, I guess. I got a bunch of bones. This maybe saves the day a bit. And by a bit, I mean a lot. This is basically my squirrel generator now. Just costs bones to generate. Let's see. I think I'm probably still going to lose, but I feel a little bit more like I have a chance now. Don't have a lot that's crazy good from bones left over in my deck, right? I can't look at what's in my deck anymore hand to hand. I guess I couldn't do it in combat in the base game either. Yeah, since card draw is pretty weak in this, it makes sense. worried about losing this guy, so I kind of just want to fill up my hand with skeletons. I'm not going to die this turn, but... Do I have a max hand space? I probably should have asked that before I summoned all those skeletons. Don't give up, skeletons. You won't be needing those. I have something better. Oh, that's cool. And you can't do any damage. I thought that he was going to get those cards, but that's quite fun. Well, that's terrible. Alright, so I can try to plan for that better next time, now that I understand the mechanic. Keep giving myself skeletons that can actually do stuff, then. Still not dead. Bye, miner. You tried. As many of these waiting in the wings as I can get. Oh, the order in which he's blocking is frustrating, I see. Oh, I didn't realize those died before they got a chance to block. Okay, that's a problem. Roger. Good to know. Another creature you own dies, it's returned to life and dies again immediately, which only matters if it has some kind of death rattle effect, I think, right? Let's keep trying to proc these. I guess it dying again immediately, you automatically get bones. Okay, that makes sense. That could be good. Sure. At least I can permanently lock down the Grizzly if he's not playing anything else. I'm not going to get overkill damage, but... Well, not quite permanently locked down, but... Yeah, and he's got another Grizzly. Okay. Sure. This guy would at least do damage. I guess I could break him. I could pop a bunch of skeletons just so I have them, and then... So I'm doing more damage at least. This guy will move out of the way, which is potentially bad for me. Good enough. Do I only get one chance to get that, or can I fight them again to try to get more foils? Oof, okay. Received a beastly card back. Stop giving me that. I guess that's how I would get a bunch of money, but... Vanilla 7/7 for 4. Just... Guess I could probably summon it pretty easily with the guy that spawns skeletons, but... Ugh. No me gusta. Sapphire Mox. It's a land. And they named it after the Mox gems. Okay, that's cute. I only played Magic in a really brief era, so battery low. Stop. What is that? So I'm more interested in reading about Magic than actually playing it. It's not as bad as it looks, but you don't want 5 of them. Thanks, Stoked. Live as a beast would be the noblest thing. In case you couldn't tell from his face earlier. Yeah, I know. Look at confused by Mox. It's magic, I assume, right? It sounds like it. Like it's like land colors that you have to play that then enable you to play cards. I feel like there's such limited space for that to be really effective that playing as a wizard must be pretty strong. Let me see what auto build does again here. Hold on. Tomb Robber, Necromancer, Mole Man. This is pretty close to what I just had, isn't it? Because I can try to take one of these guys. Maybe over the Elk Fawn. We'll try her again. I don't think I'm going to win. These are the only two regions I can do right now, or I have unlocked another region. All right, let's go, Stink Bug. Yeah, I think that one of the very first things that every single card game that's like a successor to Magic tries to do is to get rid of the idea of a dedicated set of cards that only exist to power other cards, right? I hate it about Magic. I get that they'll never change it because it's just the way it's always worked, but the land system, it just, I don't like it at all. I know it's classic and everybody likes it, but I'm just no me gusta over here. So I think I got to kill this thing before my Mantis God does anything, otherwise my Mantis God's going to die super fast, so let's see what happens here. One of the workers said beat a boss and this will be repaired. Okay. I'll go do that in a second when I lose here. When another creature dies, it's returned to life and dies again immediately. Two Mantis Gods. Like I really need to kill this thing, but I don't have the resources to kill it right now. WoW trading card game. Before they discontinued it to make Hearthstone, it had quest cards as equivalent to lands you could complete for card draw, but you could use any card from hand face down as a land too. I feel like that solves my problems with land. I'm going to try this one more time just to see if I get a different starting hand that makes a difference. I don't want to do that most of the time. I think just letting you use a card as a land or use a land as a shitty, like, vanilla 2/2 or something would solve a lot of my problems, I think. I just hate the idea of mana screw and mana flood. Doesn't feel good. I'm getting terribly different cards down here. Explode Bot. So I can force it to kill both of these, right? Because the Bloodhound's gonna leap over to block. That's pretty cool. Now it has to die first, so I don't want to be playing anything else yet. And I can't, so... Kaboom! Turn 1 to turn 3. Yeah, like they just straight up called it Mox. Oh, I thought that this was supposed to blow up. Is it adjacent to my card? I thought it was adjacent to the thing I blew up. Oops. Must have misread that. I think I die here. Right, because this is going to move before it gets a chance to block. Oh, I guess it's going to kill that first. Kills one opposing creature plus 2 adjacent friendly creatures. Friendly to me. Okay. Yeah, I thought they meant friendly to the target, but I guess that makes sense. See your deck. Weak cards. Total lack of synergy. Get those workers to send me something good. Tell them to throw themselves in the line if necessary. Hey! Meatbot. Counted as 3 blood rather than 1 blood when sacrificed. That's a fun way to combine tech and blood. Plasma Jimmy. Pay 1 energy to deal 1 damage to the creature across from Plasma Jimmy. Oh. It only costs 2 to put out, and it has 3 as its toughness. That seems quite decent. Double Gunner, 6. Mox. Pay 3 energy to increase the power and health of Stim Mage by 1. Is that for that combat, or is that in perpetuity? I feel like I need to ask that all the time now. Yes, you got it, Vertesian. It's for that combat. Oh, interesting. They mean like here? Oh, wait. This is trying to teach me the mechanic, right? Sorry, I'm confused by this. This is doable with only these cards, right? Oh, okay, because they're buffing the card that's between the two of them. Serp tried to correct me on that earlier. I understand now. I still didn't understand what you meant, because it looked like they got a buff from being adjacent to each other, right? But then the main thing they're doing is giving something to the card that's between the two of them. It's a neat way to kind of force you to understand that better. Just through brute force, okay. Why did they get a toughness buff when I played them previously? Maybe I need to go look at the VOD. What is it? What do you want? Very, very busy here. I get it now. Appreciate that first tutorial, you're going to be forced to learn it. Just through brute force. Leap bot, buff conduit, no. Null conduit. All it does is completes the circuit. Okay, fun. This will probably teach me how to use my cards a little bit less stupidly. Now it's a 0-2. Up to 2-1. Cool. Okay. I guess the problem is, like, I would be afraid to try to build around this because it's a really tall order to have all of these cards in your hand when you're only drawing 1 card per round, you know? Got some bones here, which doesn't completely save the day. Let's kill this one at least. They don't get to block, right? Yeah, I'm gonna die. So I could get both elks out. Let's see. Oh, I need to do 2, don't I? Yeah. Put him out here in order to sack him later for bones. Let's see. Big guy, which I can try to get some foils with. I feel like I want to wait another turn before I do that, though, assuming it doesn't summon any more guys so I can get as big of an overkill as possible. But this turn, no, see, that's a problem. I guess I can kill this one so that that doesn't happen. But now I can't get 4 blood because I killed him a second ago. Fuck. Alright, well, I'll keep passing and see if I get a card here. No, I'm just gonna win. Shit. Oh, you know, I can play him now. I'm trying to get the maximum possible overkill on the turn that I summon. To get as many foils as possible. Stranger. No card pack. Double gunner, Shutterbug. Shutterbug damages another creature, that creature perishes. So it gives you 3 cards from the stated tribe, and one of them is always a rare of that tribe. When a creature moves into the space opposing Shutterbug, they're dealt 1 damage. Oh, that's kind of a cool keyword. Costs 5 though. So it just kills everything. And it kills it for free without it having to actually like manually block. I kind of want to fit that into my deck somehow. It's just 1. Steel mice, a copy that's created in your hand. Okay, I like that they have these like themes, right? Where mice means it does this, and then we're gonna make steel mice if we make it a technology version of the same card. Plasma Jimmy, oh, which I picked up earlier but never put into my deck. I want to try that. I want to try to get a couple Plasma Jimmies actually, because he's pretty cheap to play initially. Two out of 4, and there's a -1. Okay, so if we do +1, +1, that's right. Got it. Neat. So it's got 4 right now, and it needs to be 5. This just lets me override an existing one, basically. So if these go here, right? What does this do? Oh, this is completely cutting off the circuit from there. I see. And that's a net 0, sure. And I can always cover up cards, which I didn't realize before. So that gets me to 7, which is a problem. Okay, see the minus is confusing to me. I'm guessing I have to use this to negate the minus. Let me try swapping these. This here, maybe? I get that they have to be on opposite sides of each other, but, hold on. Why is it that when it's on this side, is it because it's affecting this card? See, that goes from 4 to 3, that makes sense. What did I have before when I was close? I thought it was something like this. 7, right? I always have to use all of the tools provided to me to solve these, right? I think I'm still misunderstanding something about the circuit system. I thought this was just add these up and then also do the things on the edges, right? So 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 2 is 7, plus 1 is 8. Well, no, why does it go down to... Maybe I don't understand this. I thought this would go back down to 7. Maybe this is what's going to make me get it. Oh, it's modifying every single number? Okay. 1, 2, 1 becomes 2, 3, and if I put it all the way over here, oh. Okay. So that makes more sense. But if I do -1, +1, then nothing changes. If I do +1, +0, that happens. Okay. But I still need to have a circuit completion, right? Now, does this mean that the -1 is making a connection both with the +0 and the +1 is making a connection with the +0? This is where I'm confused, why this one is contributing. Right. Becomes part of the circuit. There it is. I get it now, I think. Circuits can flow through other circuit cards. Can I look at this one again? This is helpful for me to understand it. Benedict! What are you doing up there? I thought I heard a Christmas bear making noises. Hey, what are you doing? Andrea fed you. Why are you being so bad?
It's not Marty, that's Ben.
God.
No, Cammy, that's Ben.
You.
Close enough.
The melter. We got factory conduit, empty spaces within a circuit completed by factory conduit spawn leap bots. Okay, that's kind of fun. I like the conduit system. It's a little tougher for me to wrap my head around than I would like. And the charge spaces, and they're charged, so sure. So take some damage here. Plasma Jimmy fires a shot. Now does Plasma Jimmy only work on creatures? Yes. Okay, so maybe I don't want 2 copies of that. I thought I could also use it to pump energy and damage the opponent, but that's incorrect. Yeah, it's a fun mechanic to give to enemies, since the computer can just have it in a way that you can work around a little bit better. What'd you come to tell me? I melt the metal. It's dark, yo. Oh god. I'm still not good at these. I think I have a slightly better handle on them, but... So it needs to get up to 3. Gets me to 0, which is not what we need. We need to get to 3. But I have to use everything in order to be able to send it in. Okay. There it is. The opposing creature doesn't say deals 1 damage to whatever's in front of it, which would be different, right? -3. It's not going to be enough. Definitely not going to be enough. Those negate each other the way I currently have that laid out. But this just completely breaks the circuit. Oh! Does it not break the circuit? Maybe I misread that one. I think that was just calculated. I got lucky, unfortunately. Oh, this is the way to go back up. Okay. No card back. Broke the circuit, but the base values remaining still gave me the number. Okay, I wonder if that one had multiple solutions. If energy conduit is part of a completed circuit, your energy never depletes. That sounds like it's really hard to set up. Three cards so that, like, your 4th card can... Imagine there's some kind of nutty combo. Mox module provides a green, orange, and blue gem to its owner. Cute. Null conduit, meatbot. I'm super worried that my vanilla 7/7 is just a fine way to win all of the time. Again. Oh, does it itself have a... Just because it has a battery icon on itself. Okay. I lag. Ouroboros costs 10, right? Oh, it was 8? One second. Can't fight the traitor here. There must still be somewhere else with a NPC to fight. Oh, I didn't realize I could talk to that guy. He asked me to take a dive. Okay. That's funny. He does take a dive. All that about not taking a dive. There's Shutterbug. Broken Obol. Interesting. I think it's gonna let me go back to him now. Let's see. I want this other Shutterbug. I guess it's nice that it's always doing 1 damage. Now, it's always doing 1 damage to the creature across from it, right? Yeah, so it also isn't really doing me any favors against the boss. Give me that deck again. Beat them with that? Maybe there are some synergies that I missed. Oh, interesting. This is really cool. I really like this part of the game. This game is like decidedly more gamey than Pony Island. It keeps impressing me in that regard. And then it keeps scaring me into thinking that it's actually none of this is going to pay off as a like card game, video game, right? Let's see. We got Insectadrone, strikes an opponent directly, even if there's a creature opposing it. Spectre, completes the circuit but does nothing else. Meatbot's countered as 1 blood other than 3. Okay. We have him block. We have him block. Try to. There's no reason to have multiple of those guys out there other than to kill them to generate bones, I guess. I think it was flying anyway. Whoops. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Like it being designed for you to be able to make a busted deck. I don't know, it's interesting though, because like you can absolutely get a completely busted relic and deck combination in something like Grifflands or Slay the Spire, right? And I feel like there aren't cards in that, like Ouroboros, that are communicating like this doesn't matter, to me anyway. It's more like, oh, this is it's kind of crazy that this happened. I might not get this chance ever again. It's not a full-fledged complaint. I still am very much enjoying the game. I don't think it's bad or anything. I'm giving him those cards. Okay. Guess I probably should have perceived that the first time. So maybe the mine card's pretty good here, because it lets me keep it when it rotates. I guess it depends on what order the rotation happens. Can't stop the flying one regardless, so I shouldn't bother. I probably shouldn't kill the cards that are about to become my card. Sorry, this one is so different from earlier levels that I really got to think about what it means for me, because I'm currently not doing that at all. Just wait, I guess. Yeah, I'm dead. Alright, we'll try this again now that I get it a little bit better. Be careful about what cards you try to kill. I do have Shutterbug to start this time, but I obviously can't use it immediately. I can pass him this because it's kind of a garbage card. Something that I can deal with easily. So all the way over here, I guess giving him this is also kind of not great because he can't do anything with it. But I want to be able to sack everything once I get a chance to. It's your turn. Keep giving him junk. Or I could nuke him with this, but I won't be able to on the first turn that I play it. Kill this card now. I can't kill the card that's further back, right? Okay. That's not directly opposing. I can sack now, but I have nothing to sack, so it doesn't particularly change anything at the moment. I could pass him more garbage cards because that prevents cards from coming down. I don't know if the conveyor belt happens before his cards come in. They don't. Okay, good to know. So if I blow this guy up, includes my own little guy, but that's fine. Worse things have happened. Get some bones before I pass control of this guy back over. I thought I clicked it. Gave him some junk. Not the end of the world. What damages a creature? He's gonna blow him up, which is fine. Play these to do some damage. I don't want to blow this thing up though. So they're going to come in next turn. I can try to explode them here, which could be really bad for me. Yeah, I feel like the technology deck makes a ton of sense when you're considering it as a an enemy you're fighting, that they can like script the cards that come in. Maybe it's a lot harder to build around though, I don't know. Pre-shot, he's gonna blow up, fortunately killing himself and some of my other cards. Got another explodey asshole card here in a second. Turn to you immediately. Gets me extra bones, but doesn't do me too much good on this round, right? Kill the automaton, I can do a damage to him. I don't know if this is worth losing him in a second, but because I can hammer him before I lose him. Ow. Shoot this thing. Explodey guy will kill himself. I can't play this with the current board setup. Be bad if the computer has this. I don't know if the computer even uses activated abilities. It doesn't seem like he would. Get this out there just to have a card on the table, I guess. Yeah, this is not great. I guess this coming out doesn't get me in trouble. Thank you, Miner. Really helping here. Oh, good. And then I get the You Win button for a ton of extra foils, right? Oh, that might be bad. The stat line could be better. Uh-oh. I think I might be in trouble. Oh, it rotated directly to me. Never mind, we're fine. This is fine. Oh, and it still is growing from the ones that I cloned. That's hilarious. I wish I could ignore this guy here. Cute. I should have sacked them both to play this one to grow its stats more, but I feel like at this point, unless if there's a third level that we're going to go into where suddenly being able to do more than 5 damage matters. Oh, you're kind of say so, Glitter. If you don't mind me asking, what was the first VOD you saw on YouTube? Let you go. There's a lot of folks who are only really able to make it on YouTube and not the live stream, so no worries. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Does he always place the cards that he puts there somewhere on the conveyor belt where it's going to immediately give them to you? Or is it just a coincidence? Sectodrone. Flying, okay. Mrs. Bomb. Fill all empty spaces with explode bots. That seems kind of neat. Because of the whole friendly enemy thing. Oh, shit. Back to the guy's computer. Yeah, I was hoping for something like Energy Bot earlier.
I think I've just got to send it.
Bug
Who
report?
may concern? It's a bit formal. Hello there.
It's a 360 controller.
My name is Luke Carter, and I'm a fan of your collectible card
Not a
games.
Xbox
If you
One
ever take a look
controller.
at my YouTube videos, you will know how appreciative I am of the merch that you've sent me over the years. So it was a great surprise to learn that there is a digital version of Inscryption. I think maybe one of my fans pranked me and buried a copy in the woods near my house. Upon further research, however, I have not been able to find any record of this game. Is this some kind of elaborate hoax?
This is really quiet in my ear, so I imagine it's extra quiet to stream. I'll turn it up a little bit more here.
Any trace of this game? Is this some kind of elaborate hoax? The game doesn't seem like the work of a prank.
He's talking away from the microphone.
I am both puzzled and excited by this discovery. Any information you can provide would be much appreciated. Thank you, the Lucky Carter. Okay, good enough. Sent. Hey card gamers, I'm the Lucky Carter, and this, well, it's a bit of a strange video. It's actually more of a
Thanks, Glitter.
question to my audience.
You're welcome. Good to have you.
As I've learned over the years, nobody knows card games better
Thanks
than
for
you
saying
guys
hi.
do, so I'm hoping someone can help me out here. Did anyone ever play an Inscryption video game or hear about it? I'm talking about that vintage one-set card game I opened packs for last week. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. I don't want to get in any trouble here. I think I've got the only known copy of the digital version of Inscryption. I've been...
The idea
myself
of making a
playing it,
game based on the idea of there being cursed games.
It's weird, guys.
Elementary school parking
I
lot.
don't want to get in any hot water.
Rumor
by showing
games,
footage,
right?
But can someone please prove me wrong? Please tell me
Good night.
someone has a
Sleep
copy
well.
of this game. I have been looking online for days and I cannot find a word about it. I reached out to the publishers hoping maybe they would get back to me, but as a fallback, I got you beautiful viewers. Can hopefully dig up something. That's it. That's the video today, guys. Thank you so much, as always. And, oh yeah, what the fuck is the card?
What the fuck is the something fun? Can you not say it, maybe? Oh, you're kind of say-so, Vertesian. I really like that
Mr.
game.
Carter, we have received your inquiry regarding a digital version of our intellectual property Inscryption.
This one is almost inaudible in my ear. I think it's meant to be.
In any official form.
Because he's talking away from the mic and just kind of whispering.
Proprietary game Funa hardware, you are compelled to return to us under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. The hardware will be considered stolen if it is not returned to us within a reasonable time frame. Please carefully package the hardware and paste the attached shipping label to the front of the box. You may mail the package at a local post office. We would like to avoid taking legal action in your case, so please do not delay in returning the proprietary software. Sincerely, Game Funa Customer Happiness Department. What the fuck?
Fun.
I think this woman's actually from Game Funa.
Hey, now he's talking into the
She came
microphone.
to
It's
my door
really loud. One
yesterday,
sec.
and I didn't answer. This time I'm gonna record it. Hi!
Hi there. I'm floppy disk for a game called Inscryption. I was told you came by a copy of it somehow. Sound familiar?
No.
No?
No, I don't know anything about that. Inscryption, you said?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Really? Because apparently you emailed us about it. You are Luke Carter, right?
Oh.
You
Luke
know
Carter.
the LuckyCarter@gmail.com?
Yeah, you know what? That's, I am Luke Carter, but that's not my email address.
Really? Because I just noticed because I've seen your videos.
Oh!
I'm a big fan.
God.
Well,
Is it The Office?
thanks for watching. Listen, how'd you know where I live, exactly?
My boss gave me your address.
And how did you get past the side gate? It's locked.
Okay, Luke. I'm going to give you my business card. And if you remember anything at all, feel free to give me a call. Okay?
Will do. Take care.
Oof.
What the fuck?
I like the idea of like being enamored with like an SCP or like a no sleep, you know, like cursed story of a game, and making a game that's about that. That's fun.
Hey there, card gamers! I'm the Lucky Carter, and this is another pack opening video. Today I'm opening Secrets of Legendaria, hoping for that sweet, sweet foil Valamir.
Don't look too good. Fun. Oh, we're back. Guess that was about the same point in the other one, so this makes me think that there's going to be a third layer. I have no idea what that would be. I guess there's roguelike card deck builders. There's a deck builder where you... maybe it'll be like Dominion. That would be kind of fun. I don't know how you use the existing cards to make that work, but... a Kingdom deck builder, like Seven Wonders. Greetings, if you're reading this, it must be because you wish to challenge me, Magnificus, to a card battle, but in order to earn that privilege, you must first defeat my 3 graduate students. God. Now, in order for this to be accurate, the grad students need to be more powerful than he is. This isn't one I saw earlier, is it? I don't think so. Strange monocle, you put it on. Oh, the monocle. Sure. Skull, flying skull. You a grad student? My organs are melting. Really like the way this game is paced. They make bad plays because they're sleep deprived. There you go. Instant mana guy, Green Mage. Equal to the number of green gems the owner has on their side of the table. Emerald Mox. Okay, sure. Little icon for that. That's fun. Really like the custom backgrounds for these two. Okay, let's see. Can't do anything because of that choice. Did you let your professor melt your organs for a doctorate? Often you don't really get a choice in practice. Tell the master I passed. He won't know the difference. Here, take this peck. Am I like really lucky to get a mox every time? However, mage will strike an opponent directly, even if there's a creature opposing it. Can't be sacrificed. Rani's mox provides a green gem to the owner. Also provides an orange gem to the owner. So it's like a dual land. Okay. Pay 2 bones to increase the power and health of Goo Mage by 1. Oh, like Gourmand. I like it. Thanks, dude. I like how you get kind of remixes of all of the puzzles. Some of them are completely new. Master Garange. Or Garani. I can't tell if that's a J or an I. If you control no Mox cards, he perishes. Interesting. 2/6. Wonder how often it's checking that. It's supposed to be a J. Okay. Like green, orange. Oh, orange. Cute. Wait. Oh, this is the book from earlier. What was the card that had the code on it before? I don't think it would have something here with the way this interface works. Cute. Don't wish to trade. Oops. How many springs into motion? Is that the same way it's worded in Undertale? I haven't played Undertale in a long time, but it sounds familiar. Force Mage. If a creature would attack Force Mage, it doesn't. I love that. Troll. Oh, I can keep fighting it? Interesting. Which doesn't do anything, right? Like, fighting it again. Creature would attack. I don't know if this counts. I guess we'll find out. Okay, it does count. Makes sense. Oh, is this just a source of infinite foils, basically, if I wanted to farm for them? Okay. It's fine. Another one of these. It's just a shortcut, it looks like. It's a different puzzle this time. Bleens Mox. Blue and green. Sure. Store's probably closed, right? I want to try to inspect the hand, because that's what I'm seeing with the monocle or whatever. Maybe I just need to, like, delay for a really long time and see what happens. Yeah, okay. So skull, that's quite cool. I'm a big fan of that. Skull, push, something. But I need to have a way to kill this. I think that this guy can actually kill that. Because it's not attacking it, right? It's an activated ability. Yeah. Skull push air. Sure. That's pretty neat. I like that. I like the idea of putting the puzzle in a fight. I wish more games would use icons. Oh, she looks like she had a bad day. Really is the life of a grad student. Just imagine an ice cube slowly melting on a hot pan. Centerpiece of his deck. Ow, ow. Mage Knight. Ruby Golem. When it's destroyed, a Ruby Mox is created in its place. Cute. Ruby Mox. Don't have 3 yet. Oh right, I forgot the Golem has a 1. That makes sense. So I can blow this guy up now for free. So I probably want to do the next one, right? Orange Mage. So it doesn't get a bunch of buffs. Sound pretty bad. I do have 3 bones now, so I could put this out there, because it will kill the golem successfully. Good. Just keeps taking free shots. You love to see it. Oh, and that makes the Mox cards do damage. That's smart. So that you can at least kill stuff. Sure. Mage Knight. It has no Mox cards. Mage Knight perishes. Can't be too many of these, but... Yay, overkill damage. Not enough other cards, though. Good enough. He used me as a chump blocker. That's funny. Factory Conduit, Bleens Mox, Ruby Mox, Blue Mage. Oh wait, does Blue Mage have to do with draw? I was like, I'm probably not going to use this kind of card, but... Stim Mage. Draw cards equal to the amount of Mox cards on your side of the board. Oh, Jesus Christ, that sounds potentially extremely busted in this game. If you're able to get the Mox out there for it. Yeah, blue-green. Ugh, got me again. Top sigil is found by the greedy. The bottom sigil is found by the hard of hearing, or by those who hear too easily. Top sigil is the one in the chest, right? I think that's probably the one that's the pail. Oops. Oops. Oh, it says to be all the way back down. I don't know if there's somewhere where the music... It's quieter in that room, but I feel like there's gonna be a separate one that's audio-based for, like, wondering if you have to, like, turn the audio off. Rabbit card. So the greedy is top. Which is probably the bunny one. Art of hearing. Those who hear too easily. By the pail. Is that bottom? No, I think I can. The way this works, I think I can just brute force the bottom too, but I kind of want to guess this one, so. Can I set the volume? I love shit like this, if this is what it is. Ah, oh, there it is. Bottom right corner. Cute. Hard of hearing are those who hear too well. Looks like a dreidel? I don't know if I've seen that icon before. The bottom one. Is it not bunny? Oh, does the bunny card itself, if I go look at it, have a wing on it? Oh, it should be a shovel. Okay. Stimulation. Sensory deprivation. Hey, I like how that kind of looks like the eyes. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of stuff in the second game that shows up in theme in the Leshy cabin roguelike section. This game feels like it's a love letter to games. I really hope when I've talked before about, like, feeling, not knowing how I felt about the game being breakable. I hope that didn't sound like I was complaining, because I actually really like this, and I think that once we get to the credits that I'll come out the other end like a super fan. I'm already basically a super fan. I'm liking it more and more the further we're getting in it too. Sound option thing was a common puzzle in Congregate. I should have seen that guy coming and accounted for that. Oops. Sapphire Mox, Hover Mage. Yeah. Dice twice isn't super amazing. Turns out Mantis God is really good. Wouldn't leave, would you? Another Blue Mage, Orange's Mox, Ruby Golem. Yeah, I love if I had pulled Mage, I would try to do a Blue Mage deck that would be way too much work for way too little payoff. Painted a thing on there. Dearest Grimora, PO3's plot may go past the extent of a common power grab. The Great Transcendence, okay. Trying to become sentient through the game. Wait, this was the wolf, right? Stunted wolf. Because that explains why the wolf is the one that you get after you get the eyeball, right? My eye aches with premonition. Spooky. I'm excited for it. Zerp is trying to figure out the best way to get it on the voting spreadsheet. The brush of the scribe of magics. This one needs some bleach. Rude. Oh, cute. So does it basically amoebify all of my cards? So here, whatever your card is, vanilla is the most important. It's fun at the bottom there. So we got thorns, thorns. Mox cards on the other side of the board gain 1 power, and it's useless. More thorns. Magnus Mox. Yeah, okay. Mage. Seems bad. Steam is pretty sweet. I do like having the little custom mechanic in every fight. I think if the game did more of this, of like the enemy just outright cheating and giving you the ability to re-roll, I guess it's nice. This does happen in the roguelike game, right? Like the Angler and the Prospector and the Trapper all have core mechanics. But because it's a roguelike, you can't like immediately go out and then change your deck to react to them. You just have to think about it during the run. Like, am I going to get nuked by the Angler because of this build, right? So I think that this works better here when I can just lose and then immediately start over. Anyway. Thorn should still trigger, right? Yeah. I'm definitely gonna die here. My cards are all sigils all day. I don't have anything that's just good on its own merits. Thanks, man. Thanks for doing that. Oh yeah, so my vanilla 7/7 is a fucking radical card on this against this guy, huh? Oodalali. Just gonna have to delay. Thanks, dude. No, not Oodalali. Oodayuli. How deep is a card? I think it's all the way at the bottom of my deck. Oh. I'm gonna take one here. I thought I had enough to cast both of them. I forgot this guy costs 2 though. Definitely do. I have to sack something to play that one. You can't fully defend me anymore. At least you're still an 11/11, buddy. Just played you draw cards equal to the amount of Mox cards on your side of the board, which is 0, but that should be fine. Does it to his own cards. So it costs 3 bones, which I can manage now. Yeah. You know it, auto win card. No kidding. Wizard Mentor. I was excised by Leshy. Ruby Golem, Sapphire Box. Oh, sorry about that, Tazade. I can go ahead and cancel that here in a second. Master Orlu. Master Orlu deals damage directly. Draw a card for each damage dealt. That it would be great if I was able to do the mocks to get it out. Kind of like mixing all the energy systems. I'd like to see more serious card games try something like that. It's probably a nightmare to balance, but I really like having all these different... Oh, cool, it's a little Kraken thing. I like having all of these different pathways to getting creatures on the board. And I think it gives you a lot more interesting design space in terms of making creatures stronger or weaker. It looks like they had to nerf the technology cards into oblivion, because like just having mana that you have every turn and no other condition to summon them, turns out it's extremely strong if you pit it against like Magic resource management or Yu-Gi-Oh resource management. Yeah, no problem. I don't have any way to disable it, unfortunately. Should have your points back. Every time I see this, I feel like I got in middle school, right? Yeah, balancing 4 cost systems for PvP would be nightmarish, for sure. Right, this card makes this whole thing pretty hard, actually. Try to get everything on the board. Summon before I get completely nuked. You can't go over there, dummy. You go over here either, can you? I don't think so. Gives me the bone back, which is nice. I think it does, right? It does. But I'm dead anyway. Okay. Okay. This is not a great hand. Ow. Yep, I'm dead. It's based on card draw at the start there. I'll try it again here. That's better. That's a better stalling setup there. Stall, my friend. I probably want 2 of these. I don't have that coming out on the same turn, but do it in a different order next time. Shoot him. I can only shoot him for 1 on the turn he comes out, but he won't die on the same turn, which is nice. Jimmy fires a shot. Scary, full-on mummy now. Can't immediately come and take my shit here. Live again. So I can counteract the damage he's gonna do to me with the mummy. This one's just flying, right? Okay. I still have to sack something, right? Banshee, turn 4 to 5, death by Mantis God. I think that marking what happens on the turns is interesting. assume that's going to matter here soon. We got another doggo. This guy out here is to have him out here, I guess, so I can try to sack for my 7/7. Alright, so what's going to happen with the... I like what comes next.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, fuck indeed. Rip all your cards. I'll give them back as corpses. Fun. So what does it mean that they're corpses is the question. She gets some shenanigans with corpses, presumably? Oh, does it make them undying? I think I just win, unless if she for some reason has an additional phase. Oh wait, no I don't win because of that asshole, right? Oops. I kill all these things though. Or move them out of the way, that also works. Woohoo! I know we're at time. I'm gonna try to see what happens after this last one here. Bye, stink bug. I'm expecting there's gonna be another layer. I don't know what it's gonna be. It would be fun if it was like Dominion, because I'm trying to think of the different ways you can do deck builders. But I don't think that would work with the core card mechanic. Oh, I didn't realize Tomb Robber was rare. No shit, that card has been my MVP. Squirrel Generator. So we go back to where we started now and see what happens. Choose the scribe you will replace. I think still this one, honestly. Become the scribe of technology. Suckers. They actually picked me, great. You can skip past the part where they whine at me. Oh, it's the moon again. You're supposed to battle the scribe you picked, but like a powered-up version for the finale. This is going to be different. Okay. So have to deal with moon bullshit, presumably. I'll just leave this here. Oh yeah, we got one of these glitch cards before. It was useless as I thought. I can't do anything here. 98. Cute. That's the ticket. Corrupted chunk. That's really loud in my ear too. I'll turn it down in the air here. You're welcome. Now I wonder what happens if you're able to beat him without ever accidentally attacking that glitch card. Balance of power. Yeah, another one? Wait, third layer? Cool. It's a dream within a dream within a dream. Like that Star Trek episode. and that everything else that came after that Star Trek episode. You done gawking? We can start. You wanted to replace me. Look at us now. Botopia. A once great technological paradise. So do I get a different thing here depending on which of the scribes that I pick? He said something like, oh, it's good that you picked me because, you know, otherwise I would have had to have interrupted, right? So I assume you get this regardless. Ruled by 4 Uber bots. Gotta get out there and beat them. Why? Form the Great Transcendence. Doesn't matter what that means. You want it, okay? Okay, well, cool. We'll start from here next week. I'm really excited to play more of this. We'll see if it has enough longevity to get me to want to play it off stream. I'm guessing once we beat it, that might be the end, but I've really been enjoying it. I think it's really great, and I want to see how it wraps. Yeah, thanks, folks. I really like that whole new game screen thing. I thought that was extremely clever, that you start with continue. Even that by itself is a really nice little hook for a game like this.